Okay, I have not played Final Fantasy 13-2 before. I know very little about it. I did play Final Fantasy 13-1 on stream recently and went into it with middling expectations. I had heard really bad things about the first Final Fantasy 13. It's a hallway simulator, it's too linear, 25-hour tutorial, blah, blah, blah. And I opened that playthrough with my head held high, thinking it was going to be better than its reputation, that people were being unfair to it. And holy hell, people were like wrong about that game in the sense that it was much, 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 much worse than any of them had described, at least for my brain chemistry. I always feel bad, like, for people who are big Final Fantasy 13 fans that I shit so hard on that game. But it was probably the worst game I've ever played on stream. And I've played some like really, really bad games that are at least bad in an interesting way, like Sonic 06. I guess Final Fantasy 13 was bad in an interesting way in that I was like struggling to articulate the feeling in my bones about it the whole time I was playing it. So it's challenging in that respect. But my point in bringing all of this up is that I expect this game can't be worse than that, which is probably a bad idea. My expectations are already so low that you can't. I'm at expectations bedrock right now, so it probably can't be worse than that. Maybe it could be. Maybe it'll surprise me. That would be exciting, right? I don't have too much else to say in terms of preamble, so let's go ahead and start here. I did have to spend a long time installing like 5 different patches and fixes and mods to make this game playable. And the first Final Fantasy 13 only required 1 mod to make it playable. So 5 times better? Automatically save your progress. Okay. One thing I didn't install, there's supposed to be something that makes the cutscene audio less compressed, but it was like 3 gigs and required a file or a Nexus Mods account that I didn't want to create. So sorry if the cutscene audio sucks. The problems with 13 are not the problems people cite about it. Yeah, Heat10 Style commented on my 13 playthrough that the hallway thing is accurate. I think the hallway thing is more true of the entire structure of the game than just the individual like level maps. I thought they were saying it's a hallway in the sense that like the level design in Final Fantasy X is a hallway for the most part, right? You know, the whole game is literally like the most ultra-linear thing I've ever encountered in a very bad way.
Waves of chaos. Valhalla. The currents of time do not touch its shores.
We're not going to get out of things that have been cursed by Final Fantasy 13 until after Final Fantasy 15, right? Because 13, 1, 2, and 3, and then Final Fantasy 15 are all like built off of the skeletal remains of fabulous exploding star crystals or whatever. Yeah, Dragon Quest XI works great on PC.
This eternity, it was never your desire. Is that not so? You...
Dear voice. He's back, everybody. Yeah, right.
Warrior goddess.
Liam O'Brien was his name.
Now we cross swords. Lose yourself in battle and rejoice. Embrace the terror.
I think this cutscene was about to play on the title screen, so I'm really glad I didn't let it play then. One of my video game nightmares is there being a cutscene that auto-plays that's skippable on the title and it's unskippable in-game. We talked about that before, that the worst incarnation of that was a Vagrant story. Type 0, 15, and 13 are all fabulous as swimming star crystals. 13, 2, and lightning returns are grafted onto the side of this. I've mentioned that I played Final Fantasy 15 for about an hour with my wife when she was having a work hiatus for mental health, and I don't think I bounced off a game harder. Gave me a really, really bad first impression, and I had a negative impression of it from the demo too, which I think is still listed on YouTube on my channel.
Impressive.
Save it.
Okay.
Damn you.
Enough. Let's end this.
That glow.
Cast your shadow over all. Wings of night!
I will say Final Fantasy X-2 was wildly worse than I remembered it. I had this generally positive memory of X-2 as like, yeah, the story's bad, but the combat's really good. And I was not happy with the combat coming back to X-2. It was a very uninspired game. I'm excited to read those when I get to 15, Spiky. An interesting mess. Okay. Tutorial. Yeah, let's do it. Time doesn't stop. The ATB gauge charges continuously. Abilities by expending segments of the gauge. This is a pretty cool opening scene. Chaos Bahamut. You can't open with Chaos Bahamut.
Forgotten time, be reborn. Cutting you down.
Any other abilities? Kind of, but who cares?
Not kidding around, huh? Fulfill your oath.
That's the thing that really bothered me with Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's like they seem to have no understanding of building to things. Like we want to fight Sephiroth in space immediately, right? They keep comparing him to Zack Snyder and the whole like Snyderverse DC thing, where they don't want to earn it. They just want to speed run to the Chaos Bahamut fight, you know. And then they have nowhere to go after that. I'm actually not super mad about this. This is kind of a cool, good use of the paradigm system to have you fighting on horseback. That's neat.
Cutting you down.
I love that in Metroid Prime. I think that's a great decision.
Come on then.
Cinematic action. I think, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I think what it means is, hey, this is a cutscene, but we're going to make you press buttons. At first I was like, oh, that is like so on brand for Final Fantasy 13. To have to like put text on the screen telling you that what you're looking at is cinematic action. But at least I appreciate, lets me know when they might require me to do some QTEs, I guess. Yeah. Synaction. Synact. We landed on Final Fantasy 13 being a spectacle JRPG, which this seems to be that, but more. Definitely some Kingdom Hearts shit right now. Oh, the damage numbers, that's fun. Maybe this is the way to make Final Fantasy 13 less bad, is just like be what it is more, you know, just do the Bayonetta thing. Stop. Part of what frustrated me about 13 is that it had so many uninspired choices. Things were just the way they were for no particular reason, or just because, I don't know, genre convention. Yeah.
So you want to destroy everything?
Oblivion is the fate of all things.
Does Liam O'Brien have more than one voice that he does? Well, that's kind of cool, having to choose between attack and magic.
Now it's my turn.
Gun.
Let's end this. You're done!
Not today!
Guessing most of those decisions are inconsequential.
I must thank you. In these final moments, I have met my finest opponent.
You're finished, Caius!
Yeah, I like the damage numbers and stuff. I actually don't completely hate this. I mean, it's not my style. Like, I'm not a big fan of Bayonetta spectacle brawler type games, but like I've never played Bayonetta and felt like this is offensive to my very being because it has no like game essence, right? This at least feels like it's something. And that something is, you know, exciting action scenes, which we've already established that Nomura et al. Are okay at.
Etro's Gate.
Personnel. Kid.
Of course.
Like I said at the beginning, my
The one from the vision.
expectations are rock bottom, so I don't know if you can mine below bedrock.
I know your name. Noel Christ.
Jesus Christ. Super JRPG character name. Noel Christ. So far, I don't hate it. We'll see where it ends up.
Quickly!
What in the...
I'm here!
Where am I?
Valhalla.
What?
You prayed for a miracle, and that brought you here. Or am I wrong?
How did you know?
Is
From Valhalla.
Noel
I can
Christ.
see
I'm gonna call him Noel Christ.
But who are you?
He's not like a dev self-insert, is he?
vision. Lightning.
This already has like weird fan fiction feel to it, but at least weird fan fiction is like more emotionally invested in its own shit, right? Than whatever the hell Final Fantasy 13 1 was. Like, I'd rather play a video game about like a cringy Doctor Who and Sherlock are dating the author of the fic. That sounds way more interesting and invested than whatever the hell 13.1 was story-wise.
What now?
Gonna get worse. He's holding back. His destinies.
Yeah, the paradigm stuff, I mean, it's still, you know, auto battle, but at least this, I have something to look at while it's happening, so that's nice. Whereas in the first game, like, the battlefield is just kind of the cameras jumping around in a really silly way. War's Benediction. So if the objective was to go like, hey, playing Final Fantasy 13 felt kind of bad, like what can we do? Well, if you're just mashing auto battle anyway, give you something pretty to look at, I guess.
Say farewell.
It's a pretty cool screensaver. Yeah. 5 stars. The reward screen is alarming, but it did come up much faster.
How do we fight him?
I like her hood ornament.
This is not your battle. There's something else I need you to do.
What?
Bring my sister to me. Her name is Sarah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
You'll need to use the portal. Your time-gazing friend should have told you how it works.
That's a gate? But why me?
Because you're the only one who can. You crossed the void and made it to Valhalla. You can find Sarah. And together, you can change the future.
Wait.
Does sound
I
like
can change
Liara,
the
yeah.
future.
Yes.
Yeah, she is Liara. Calm.
A good luck charm.
I didn't catch it in the
Give it
first
to
game at
Sarah.
all.
Right. You got it. I'll track her down.
Well,
What's happening?
I don't
Enjoying your little chat?
don't know who this guy is. He's kind of a rando, but we have an objective, right? That's nice.
Caius?
And maybe the game will play out roughly in chronological order instead of like through randomly arranged cutscene
Get to the
flashbacks.
gate. I'm counting on you.
Okay.
There was a lot wrong with Final Fantasy 13, but one of the things that was wrong was the way that they would like show the payoff scene. It would be utterly confusing, and then they'd show you what the setup was supposed to be.
Not this again.
But not in like a good way, not like, you know, a Tarantino movie or something where they're like doing that on purpose to heighten the drama. It was just confusing. And then you're like, oh, that would have been nice to know. That last scene would have been more interesting.
What the?
Burrows, no kidding.
Sarah.
Lightning. Gotta go.
All right, well, they're doing this thing, I guess, where it's like you're not going to get to play as Lightning She's too cool. Very Metal Gear
My
Solid
hopes
2.
go with you, Noel Kreis.
Can't take that name
Become
seriously.
an arrow through time and speed your way to Sarah. Be there for her, because I no longer can.
Let's see if they do this in a way that's less stupid. If they can explain to me what's the deal with Valhalla, why is lightning there, right? I'm intrigued. I don't have the sense that it's going to be just nonsense from this point forward, but we'll see.
Time flows without pause. In a world where I no longer exist,
Okay.
the future is about to change.
Kind of neat visually. I already said that my expectations are below bedrock, so I'm gonna praise it for just being mildly competent, honestly.
Sarah, the truth still survives, but only you remember it.
Lightning. She was fighting. I guess it was just...
Sonic 06 was an interesting game. It was bad and frustrating, but it was usually bad in novel ways and ways that were often funny.
Such a strange dream. What? What was that?
God.
Where did these clothes come from? What's happening out there?
Customize your controls. It's fine. Please don't shunt important stuff to the data log. Fought Chaos Bahamut before being told how the camera works. Live trigger. What?
Is this a dream? These clothes aren't even mine. I must still be asleep. I have to wake up. Where did
Eat a jump.
this
I
go?
love how the objects are placed there. This is a much better opening so far.
What's happening?
Is this still a dream? Just to keep asking, is this a dream?
What is this place? Could I still be dreaming? No more. I can't take this.
Yeah, she just had, I hope that's a prompt every single time.
This is all just a bad dream. Wake up. I just have to wake
Yeah,
up.
like the wobbly camera is inspired, right? Really, this isn't a masterpiece, but just there was nothing like this in the first Final Fantasy 13. All of it felt so bland, out of order. Data log update is a recap of 13. Okay.
Godot!
Sarah, come on! Everyone, this way!
Jesus Christ. Oh, it looks a little bit more like...
What is that?
Take that!
anymore. You have to look after yourself now. Do you hear me? Your sister's dead. She can't help you. Oh, bro!
You want her? Then you're gonna have to go through me!
Sarah is already a much more interesting character than basically anyone other than Saj from the first one.
Get up, Sarah.
You were in my dream. I saw you.
Save it for later.
I don't know about Noel Christ, though.
If I have to?
You're gonna have to. One more thing.
Yeah, her confusion makes her relatable.
Don't ever lay down and wait to die!
It was a problem with the first one that we didn't have a Luke Skywalker or something, right? Everyone had to be a badass who fully understood everything that was going on. And it was a bummer because, like, we literally had two characters from another world. But they did not fulfill that role at all. Yeah, their characters were anti-interesting. So I can't articulate why, but something about putting in commands feels less bad. Maybe it's just more responsive to pressing buttons or something, or it's slightly faster. They were so cool. Paradigm shift tutorial. We're doing this right away. Take the tutorial. Counter a large group of powerful enemies. Take them out by one for quick successful battle. Commando. Oh, that's interesting. Is that really what they mean? It's actually changing their roles the same as before, right? Staggered the enemy by focusing on one target. Chain bonus. The same as before. You succeed in not actively alienating the player. You think about, again, I kept comparing things to Final Fantasy X as just kind of like a nice little standard for JRPG storytelling. Not that it's the best game, it's just, it's pretty solid. And so we start with Titus, right? And we learn a little bit about him, and then he gets put in a different situation. And he's confused, just like the audience, right? So you kind of feel for him. You want him to deal with his problems. It establishes some mysteries about Orin. What's up with the giant space butthole that Orin offered us to? There's nothing like that in the first game. Okay. More or less works the same as the first. All right. Yeah, exactly. Everything about the opening of Final Fantasy X is like perfect. You can tell they made some choices in the edit. Like, it feels like the part where Titus washes up in Vaj Temple and is by himself for a while and has to fight some bosses solo. And then ends up meeting Riku and has to go, like, recover the ruins of the airship. Like, that almost feels like it wasn't there originally, that originally we woke up just in Besaid. But it's, like, super necessary for that to happen before we go to Besaid, right? Because it has to make us ask certain questions about the world and use of technology and... Yeah, exactly. He's your Luke Skywalker. I can't put my finger on why the combat feels slightly better. Just something about the way it's paced is less horrible. It's like I can kind of see what my actions are doing slightly. I don't know if the, like, camera is trying to focus on it more, or things are just smoother in a way where I can kind of look at like health bars. I couldn't really like perceive the effect of any actions in Final Fantasy 13-1, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Everything in 10 is very like efficient. The amount of time it takes to convey the information. Actually, I have interesting choices here. Like, does it make sense to slash and burn and kill the big one before the little ones? So weird. We'll see if Sentinel is still bad. Sentinel in the first Final Fantasy 13 is one of the like worst mechanics. I don't know. It's like they added it just to add it, and then it's like completely useless for 99% of the game. Feels really bad to play.
Hey, Sarah. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Mackie!
Yeah. Gotta go.
Okay.
I don't like the Tetsuya Nomura cool weirdos trio, right? They all have different costumes
All right,
and hairstyles.
everyone, listen up. The meteorite hit over there.
Right.
We're gonna check it out.
Team Yuge, ready to roll. Oh, and careful. That area's crawling with monsters.
So stay close.
Didn't they use the
Come
name
on.
Yuge in
Right.
10-2?
You heard him. Move out. With you.
Nuge, okay, my bad.
You're okay.
She took a hit, but she's gonna be fine. She just needs some rest.
Thank goodness. And thank you.
Christ.
Whoever you are.
Noel Christ.
No. No Christ.
I said the other way around.
Okay.
And before I forget, it wasn't just me. You should probably thank this little guy, too.
What?
Wow. Is that a toy Moogle?
He's supposed to be your lucky charm. Your sister gave him to me.
Wait.
My sister?
You know Lightning?
Mm-hmm. She's the one who told me to come here.
Where? Where did you see her? Was it Valhalla?
Yeah, how'd you guess?
I saw it in a dream. I saw my sister. She gave you the Moogle. Then the meteorite came.
And dragged me along with it, I guess.
Do you mean you actually rode here on that meteorite?
Is this a dream?
Maybe. I don't know. Damned if I can remember. Why don't we go and check it out?
Okay. Now I know for sure. Lightning is alive. She's in a place called Valhalla. I'd only just met Noel, but I believed him. I believed every word he said. Even though it couldn't possibly be true. It seems like only yesterday. The smile on Lightning's face when she gave her blessing for Snow and me to get married. But I'm the only one who ever remembered that. No one
This is like the
believes.
best possible
It's just a
strategy
dream, they say.
to put us on like an
Nobody's
alternate
left in the
timeline or
crystal.
something where I don't have to know about anything from the original game. That'd probably piss off
They say
people who
my
really
sister
spent
is
time
gone.
understanding the first one.
That 3 years ago, she sacrificed herself to stop the fall of Cocoon. She turned into the crystal pillar that holds Cocoon above the surface of Pulse, and saved both worlds.
So we're just pretending. That's what I thought was going to happen in the end of the first
That's what
game.
They say. But
They
even
just
so,
decide that it didn't? Put us in a different reality where it didn't? I hated that ending in the first one.
Yeah? Is that
It
all
was
you
so
guys
close
have
to
in
being
common?
suddenly
Who
interesting.
are you? What do you do?
Well, this music is way too
I feel like an interrogator.
loud and
Do you
like energetic for this. Okay, I don't have audio. Yeah, okay. Sorry if you can't hear people. You have to read the subtitles. It seems like they're doing like a Kelvin timeline, J.J. Abrams Star Trek thing, where like that universe still happened, but it happened to influence this universe. The Mog clock appears. Enemies immobile. Empty strike is possible. Use from the counter circle. Okay. Great. I'll take actual damage, presumably. I have to go back and look at the first game. Something about the health bar, though, it's just easier for me to feel the weight of my actions. And that was a fight where it was extremely obvious that I needed to switch to slash and burn before I started killing it, right?
All I know is I was wearing them when I woke up.
Preemptive strike. So, was it true in the first game that having a Ravager and a Commando would cause them to focus fire one target, or is that new to this game? Because I already like that starting with double Commando when you get a preemptive strike means that they both get staggered, right? That was something I didn't have any control over in the first game.
I'm pretty sure this isn't a dream. Wow.
What's up, Noel?
I just didn't think it would be that beautiful. Cocoon, I mean, it's exactly like in the legend. I can't believe I'm really here.
This music feels really inappropriate for this sequence. I was hoping there'd be one about dreaming.
What do you mean by in the legend?
The legend about Cocoon, and how it was held up in the sky by a crystal pillar. Oh, we all knew that story.
Seems funny to call it a legend. It's only been 3 years.
Timey-wimey stuff. It's cool. I'm impressed that like Noel's already like wildly more interesting, even though he's literally a rando, right? I think that there's a lot of like good faith that goes into audiences accepting the buy of a story, one of which is like a story that makes you ask, oh, who's this guy? Or what's this guy's deal, right?
We'll hide somewhere safe.
Plenty of good stories will do that. That's what Orin is in Final Fantasy X, right? Oh, this guy seems... What's his deal? You don't have to like tell me everything up front, but I didn't feel that way about anybody in Final Fantasy 13 at all. Maybe, yeah. Exactly. Well, they did the thing, the opening with the lightning fighting Chaos Bahamut. I made fun of it, but no, that was actually a good choice. Because they were going to do a Metal Gear Solid 2 thing where like, hey, remember this character? We're gonna do the tanker mission, then you're not gonna play as her anymore, right? So of course she's still fighting threats that she would have been fight. Well, she should have been fighting at the end of Final Fantasy 13. There wasn't really a feeling of what the threats were in that game at all. But it was a nice way for her to lend credibility to Noel. Like, it kind of had a sort of a cringy, like, is this a fanfic self-insert thing to it? But now that we've spent a little bit of time with him, he seems less outwardly annoying than the cast of the first game. And they're kind of setting up that he's from a different timeline or something, which is cool, or from the future or something. I wasn't able to formulate interesting what's this guy's deal questions about anybody in the first game because the game wasn't like giving me anything to work with, you know? Right, Scar. I think the challenge with this game is going to be, assuming it doesn't like completely collapse after the beginning here, trying to articulate why it feels better when it probably superficially has a lot in common with the first one. This one's pretty hated, right? I'm not going to let that poison the well. Don't worry, the well could not be more poisoned. There is no longer water in the well. Could maybe water the well a little bit. I think it hit me. 13.2 is more well received? Interesting. There's extremely subtle changes to the stagger bar and enemy health bars. People were like, do we really need more Final Fantasy 13? Fair.
Sarah, still in one piece? We're seeing lots of unfriendly critters around that meteorite. Oh, who's this?
Oh. This is Noel. He helped LeBro and me out of a tight spot.
Is that right?
Hey.
I'm Godot.
Okay, take it easy, big guy. I am not here to make trouble for anyone.
You better not. Anything happens to Sarah, the boss will string your carcass out to dry.
Well, that's interesting. Who's the boss?
The boss? Who's that?
He ain't here right now.
What?
Yuge and the others went ahead too.
Excuse me. There's like really, really minor just improvements to combat animations and speed with which things occur. The way the camera's moving around.
But Yuge and Magna are scared.
I'd love to like, well, I wouldn't love to do a Final Fantasy 13-1 battle back-to-back with one from this one to try to compare them directly, but... Yeah, I can't accept live trigger to mean dialogue choice. FATED action. Worried about the Crystarium. That was a big problem.
The monsters want to come and get me. Now's their shot.
I guess I can look at it now. Oh, I can't look at it now. Okay. Frame rate in the menu is not super great.
So we're supposed to head toward Cocoon, right?
Yeah, I don't hate the song, but I think it's really inappropriate for this part of the game. Especially with the dialogue earlier. I guess they wanted something they can play through combat. Yeah. Grabbing something from the OST.
What's going on here?
Am I dreaming?
I see it too. Pretty sure it's no dream.
She said it again. I have to make a command for it here soon. That was something that bummed me out about Final Fantasy 13-1 is that I didn't... The soundtrack did not penetrate at all. Even in like a bad way. It was like wallpaper. And like that's a really big draw of Final Fantasy games to me is the music. I get that everyone can't be Uematsu, but...
Oh, hey, Yuge.
Hey. So, this is the famous Noah, huh?
Yep.
I guess news travels fast.
The bro told me how you helped her out. I'm Yuge. Nice to meet you.
Hey, likewise.
What's with the new style and threads, Sarah? Not exactly a dress up and hit the town kind of occasion.
If I told you they fell from the sky, you probably wouldn't believe me, huh?
Are you telling me the meteorite is a fashion critic? Okay, I better get going. See you guys later.
Bye.
Her dream clothes. Forced camera perspective there.
Cocoon is gone.
Oh, cool. Looks like Animo. Who is it actually? Efficient battle strategies, a key to victory, perform a paradigm shift. Switch to twin shields. Gog Magog, okay, cool. When you see him about to unleash swipe, perform a paradigm shift. Okay, that's better. Okay, cool. I didn't ever have to do that in the first game. Like, I think there was one fight that I used Sentinel ever. If I get a prompt here. If it's instant and I get like the pop-up to be able to switch, that's pretty cool. I like that it keeps faking you out. Oops. Wrong one. The effect is instant though, right? It doesn't have like a... That's probably part of it, is that really long paradigm shift animation in the first game. Extremely frustrating. Yeah, now it feels like I'm playing a video game. What the fuck? Hopefully that's not just a Gog Magog thing. Like, if Sentinel's gonna do literally nothing other than mitigate damage from an attack, that should be the way you use it, right? As you swap to it, you eat the attack and immediately swap out. Fragments, memories of time. Okay. Monster bits. Banished from this world for violating the laws of time. This is very interesting because this is like almost the same as Codex entries, but presented in a way that's less completely terrible. Okay. And it's like a little short little snippet. I'll probably read those. Yeah, I should just have a button I can press to swap to it.
We made it.
Agree.
Wait up.
I think the first game never conveys to you that, hey, there's an attack pending and now you have a chance to react to it, right? Unless if you already know the fight.
Wait, what happened to Cocoon? It's not
But it
there.
certainly isn't necessary to
Looking at a different time.
avoid any damage.
That's the world I come from.
At least not in the base game. Maybe if
In my
you
world,
do the side quest at the
Cocoon
end.
doesn't exist. When I was born, the sky was already empty. Tell me, how many years has it been since Ragnarok appeared and Cocoon fell?
Well, it's 3 AF. So that was 3 years ago.
For me, all that happened 700 years in the past.
Oh, damn.
I was born and raised in another time. 700 years in the future.
Something AF, all right.
I knew it. I knew you were
Although
gonna-
everyone's already used to the new, like,
I'm the last of humanity.
yearing system, right?
Sarah, I can take you there.
Dating
Let's
system.
find Lightning together. I know she wants to see you.
You're full of it!
Yeah, that's impossible. Lightning's gone, man.
Godot,
This song may have been more appropriate for exploring a second ago.
do you know where my sister is?
Come with me.
Grab her wrist.
What's happening?
You see? It's a time gate.
What do you mean? Time gate.
What the? It's like a portal. Lightning is in a place called Valhalla. She's waiting on the other
There was
side.
so much shit on the screen in the original
Couldn't tear
game.
my eyes away. I knew the answer lay beyond that gate. The answer to my doubts and dreams.
There was exactly one fight where I felt like I could respond to the enemy doing things, and that was the steam cleaner boss.
Celebrated my marriage to Snow. I remember her smile
Like,
like it was
in a blind
yesterday.
playthrough, that is.
But sometime when I wasn't looking, she disappeared. She was gone as if she'd never been there in the first place. Lightning, are you out there? Did I dream that day on Pulse, or did it really happen?
Having a long paradigm shift animation also doesn't help with the feeling to the player that swapping to it gives you a benefit instantly, right? If it feels like it's going to take 5 seconds to swap, and in those 5 seconds your medic's not going to be healing you, why would you swap, right?
Time to change that bleak future, or so he told us.
Listen, when different eras overlap, all kinds of crazy stuff happens. Objects from different times get mixed up. If you want to open a gate and travel through time, you have to find one of those objects. They're called artifacts.
Artifacts?
The keys to the future. They're anachronisms, relics of a different world. Basically, things that don't belong in your time. If we can find one, we might be able to use it to open the gate. Then we could cross time and travel to Lightning's world.
Could Noel be telling the truth? Beyond that gate, in a place called Valhalla, is Lightning alive and waiting for me? Can I dare to hope again? After all this
Or in an
time?
alternate reality where all of the bad nouns are gone.
I want to believe. I want my sister back. So much happened the night the meteorite fell.
Like, what I'm saying is it shouldn't be
Yeah, I have a
acceptable to
lot
be
to
able to
think
play the
about.
entire Final Fantasy
wonder
13
if
game
anyone
without using a
slept.
core mechanic like an entire job like Sentinel, right? The fact that it was possible and in fact pretty reasonable is bad. Even if you could do it, the game never sends signals to someone's brain that they should be doing it, you know? The introduction to Sentinel certainly doesn't tell you, hey, when you see this text on the screen, that means it's time to swap and then swap back. It implies that Sentinel is a like role that you'll be in for a long time. Lord. Please be less horrible. That's already less horrible. Probably need to do Ravager, actually. I think she's her Ravager. At least it fills a little bit faster. So these aren't separate nodes anymore? Oh, that's kind of interesting. Arrow, power chain, no CP. You like that you just get the stat bonuses along the path. Can I miss anything or permanently screw up their advancement? I think I want to be double commando in case I get a preemptive strike. Rose Olive Tattoo. Why the performance
Now don't
takes such a
start
huge hit in that
whining.
menu.
We agreed to take morning.
you
Sorry,
got yourself
Elemental.
hurt because of me.
Hey, do we have to go through this again? I told you. We look out for each other. I won't tell Snow. Noah will be our little secret.
Hey, it's not like that.
Definitely need to drop
So,
Snow.
You're just taking him at his word? He says he's from the future, but where's the proof?
I guess you're right. It's just hard after I had that dream about lightning. You know what I mean?
Hey, thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that.
Sarah, wait up for me. Sarah, understand Sage. I don't understand myself. You can actually find an artifact, and I'll know what I've been saying is true. And once we open the gate, you'll be able to put some of your doubts to rest as well. So what do you think? Will you search for the answers with me?
Pay attention to the Moogle's bauble. It'll glow in the vicinity of special items.
Give me a chance and I'll prove that it's
Well, we've
true.
got a town at the beginning of the game. That's also kind of nice, right? Literally 0 towns in
Looks like Mog has found something.
Let's check it
the
out.
first game.
Why was I chosen to get rid of the bee's nest?
Of that game's many problems, pacing was a huge one. It never could slow
Is that the
down.
artifact?
This is Lightning's knife. I keep it in my room, but how did it get out here? There.
Is this us retconning?
Snow! Come on.
Okay.
This is what should have happened in the first game. Why did
It's her knife. I found it near the basement.
did they just like wuss out at the last second? And then while making this one, they said, "Shit, we need to have done that thing we originally wanted to do." That game was barely conveying or setting up anything, but Lightning sacrificing herself was like one thing that seemed to be certain.
Sarah, I'm sorry. She must be inside the pillar. Lightning's holding up Cocoon, along with Vanille and Flame.
Wait, what are you talking about? She was right here a second ago. I saw her. We talked. She gave us her blessing.
Nope, that's not what happened. I wonder if the time thing came out of a desire to retcon and then just kind of became more of the theme of the
Happy
game.
that Snow and I were getting married. She laughed and said congrats. But then, all of a sudden, Lightning disappeared. She was gone, like she was never there to begin with. No one else remembered her smiling and laughing. No one but me.
Okay. Also a cool way to do time travel. Like colliding
All your
timelines.
friends think your sister is inside that pillar.
I was scared. People said I was dreaming. They said I was just making up stories so that I didn't have to face the truth.
Listen, Sarah, your memories are the truth. Lightning is alive. The question is, why are you the only one who remembers?
Maybe it was a dream.
Perhaps it was just a dream.
It could be. Or maybe it's your friends who are the deluded ones.
And only I can see the truth? Weird. The knife looks like it's been polished.
Maybe someone was cleaning it out here and then forgot about it. I don't think this is our artifact, though. Let's keep looking.
I said this a lot in the first game, but I don't hate linearity. In fact, I think linearity is almost always a good thing, and that most...
Just a cat. Oh, and it's with the one we keep at Nora House.
Just talking. Most of the attempts by developers to make non-linear games aren't as non-linear as they appear to be, that it's just like the illusion. But something about the way 13 was structured, where like literally everything was one thing after the other.
So early in the morning.
No time to slow down, no time to look around, you know. It was worse than a movie. I like to watch movies where the director has total control over the progression of the story. These guys can't be staggered before they die? Okay. We didn't really encounter enemies like that, and well, they showed up later in the game, but there wasn't like reinforcement of the idea that sometimes double commando is right. There we go. Great.
Here! We can count on you! Here!
I guess not. The scenes got rearranged in a random order.
You got him?
I could have handled
Oh,
that alone.
nice.
All remaining residents should evacuate immediately. They're investigating that thing from inside the meteorite.
Yeah, it's like complaining about the difference between a song that's kind of like a standard 4/4 pop song and a song that's 4/4 and only ever uses quarter notes and only ever uses one or two notes, right? Like that, I feel like that's the difference between complaining about a game being linear and complaining about Final Fantasy 13 in particular. There were no high points, there were no low points.
Anyone else in the shelters?
There were no fast points or slow parts. Like, it was all a samey mush.
Just as expected.
Yeah, the game can do that in a way that the, like, audience doesn't need to create their own fun. There's ways to design areas that kind of force the player to take in the sights a bit. Even if it's only through exploring to look for chests or...
Just as expected.
And I still think the decision to shunt so much crucial information into a codex is
so I
just
guess that's the end of that.
bad. It's not good.
So the thing they extracted from the meteorite was a gate?
Don't mind games that have extra cool information in a codex. I'm wearing a Mass Effect hoodie. My favorite thing is to read all the codex entries in that game, but the game is completely comprehensible without them. And it seems like 13.1 was not. Battles just feel much faster in this.
That thing they found in the
Smoother is maybe a better word than faster.
Things that shouldn't exist don't exist.
I kind of feel bad.
Go somewhere specific right now. This whole area is blocked off. Head back.
Anyone else in the shelters?
Oops. Backpack, there it is.
But I want to know, what is this?
The fact that I'm even able to go out here and like walk around and the game's not like, there's not like a stone block pushing me forward is nice.
Just as expected.
I didn't feel, can't tell you a single battle from 13. Maybe one of the Bart fights, I guess.
I heard a rumor about Cocoon disappearing.
The really annoying
Wait, the cat isn't an artifact, is it?
No, I don't think so. Maybe the cat could have picked up the artifact.
You knowing Gestalt fight for Saj.
After her!
Stay on her, Mark.
Kupo, kupo.
Search for an artifact.
I wonder how far they've gotten in constructing that giant elevator.
Yeah.
Snow, so this is where you got to. And the artifact isn't here, huh?
Snow?
Kupo? Oh yeah, she's my pet. Kupo? Huge found her and brought her home.
Hey, I don't see why not.
I think we should keep her too. Just as long as she doesn't make a mess in my workshop. Hey, girl.
Are you sure you can look after her?
The stock
Can't we all
cat
do
noise.
it? I mean, we are one big family, right?
Yeah, right.
Mac, you'll do it.
You too.
Thanks. She's adorable.
She really does have a favorite.
I thought I could hide it from them, but they knew. They saw right through me. I'd lost lightning, and then snow. But those guys, they really tried
Pretty
to cheer
good.
me up.
Not amazing, but it's okay, right? So you play the game, you're like, oh, where's Snow?
So it hasn't been all...
They remind us of Snow in the flashback scene where they retcon the ending of the first game. She calls the cat Snow. Like, that would be weird. She wouldn't name the cat Snow if Snow was still alive and hanging out, right?
Even in the tough times, we have each other. That helps.
Just little things like that to help you along to kind of piece things together yourself as the story is unfolding,
Family, aren't they?
as opposed to shunting it into a codex. The cat is my only family.
This is why I can't just leave. Little Snow means so much to me now.
Wow. You like animals that much?
Yep.
We're way off track.
Where else should we look?
Mog, help us out here.
Kupo! Look, the Moogle's reacting to the kids.
Yeah, I don't think he's just looking for playmates.
Children.
Good morning. These are my students. I teach their classes.
A school teacher, huh?
Right! I'm so glad you're all safe. Yeah. Now, did everyone do their homework?
I did mine, because I didn't want you getting mad at me like the last time.
Seems like you'd be soft on kids, but you're pretty strict, huh?
Hey, it's not that bad. No, come on. You know, I'm only strict because my teacher was strict. Lightning must have
I think the
rubbed off
Moogle
on
is
me.
more like Navi than the Dementors.
My grandmother was a teacher too. She taught me everything I
The
know.
Dementors were
She
like
taught me about
kind of
animals,
thinly veiled
its history.
stand-in for the fans, holding the 7 remake team back by wanting it to be exactly the same. Which isn't a clumsy metaphor. I would have liked a game that tried to do that was in, more competent hands. Really? From the future? We're going to ask things about the future in dreams.
Is it true? Are you really from the future?
Let me ask you a question. What can I do to convince you?
I'm sorry I asked. I know how hard it is when no one believes you.
Sometimes it bothers me to think I might never make it back. But if you do come with me, you'll be feeling that same fear. That's why I want you to fully understand what you're getting yourself into.
That's the kid I was looking for. I knew my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. It's Mackie!
Yeah, right. Just believe him, it's fine. Give him something that lets him prove it.
Let's follow him.
Even the little thing with the kids being like meanie Miss Farron, okay, she's a person that has a relationship to other characters other than the party members.
What are you running from?
She's not a weird robot. Yeah, the unbelievable stories is actually not true. Not from the future at all. There is no time shenanigan. Seen movies do that. I don't want to cite anything because I'd spoil them, but. Yeah.
I could have handled that alone.
I think of it as like, it's the difference between 0 and an infinitesimal. Like, infinitesimally small number is still much, 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 much larger than 0, right? When it comes to like characterization, maybe the temporary exception of Saj in a couple scenes, the character score is 0. So even just like it trying a little bit, a teensy little bit, is really valuable in comparison. This exact encounter stretched out to 10 times as long. Maybe that's also part of it, is that the enemies feel like they have an appropriate amount of health for, like, the stage of the game that we're in. Like, by making the fight shorter and giving enemies less health or shorter stagger bar or whatever, like, it kind of forces me to reckon with the core mechanics better. You can make it so that when I'm not staggering the enemy, they literally take 0 damage, right? Did this remove the paradigm shift cheese from the first one where you can get extra time back? Probably, right? Because there's not as much time in between shifts to give you extra bars.
Anyone else in the shelters?
There, now we've got you. Miss Farron? You want to tell me what's going on? If you do, I'll buy you LeBro's special lunch every day for a year. A whole year?
Not sure about your style of discipline, Miss Farron.
Your approach would work.
Why did you run away? I promise.
Sounded like he was in a spill there.
I know you say you won't get mad at me, but I can't tell you. I don't want to get yelled at.
The kid was trying to get away from Mackie. I bet you anything he was up to no good.
Just take the free lunch for a year.
It makes me sad when my students don't behave.
I'm sorry, Miss Farron.
They're trying to like get me to play Sarah a certain way.
And that's why he was chasing you?
What did you take?
This necklace. It belongs to you, doesn't it?
Hey, wait!
JRPGs really aren't like dialogue choice games. Like, since the beginning, the whole point is kind of having a more movie-like scripted experience.
Mackie, doesn't it?
I'll wait for this cutscene to finish.
No, it's mine.
It's a nice comment, not a mean
It's a
comment.
reminder of a promise a good friend made me.
Sarah, I believe you. Your sister's alive. She's out there somewhere.
Thank you, Snow.
That was part of the frustration, is they were in the combats were inflated and it wasn't interesting. Like, it'd be one thing if they were long but challenging, but
Lightning. Then there's no way she can say no to us getting married.
it's like they felt the need to justify the paradigm shift system by making sure that the fight took long enough to justify multiple shifts. But it's similarly interesting to swap from like double commando to commando plus ravager to focus something down.
Believe them enough to do something.
The first game had an extremely bad feedback problem, right? There was no way for the player to natively understand how to play it.
Lightning and Snow are long gone, but you still sit here and wait. Why didn't you go after them?
Without really beating your head against the wall on certain fights. Because of the children.
I'm a teacher. I have a responsibility to my students.
Sure, but what about your responsibility to yourself? Were you secretly glad Snow was out of your life?
What? No, of course not.
Noel is confrontational.
Sorry. It's just that in my world, saying farewell, well, it was usually for good. We didn't like to let go so easily.
There's a distinction. Noel isn't just a carbon copy of everybody else. The thing I was going to say is that dialogue choices feel weird in a JRPG, but it seems like they're using it in the way of, like, you have to pick the option that's like Sarah, which I don't hate, right? If the idea is we're going to use this as another characterization point, that in that scene, Sarah is supposed to handle the kids in a very specific way, and if you give in too much or you're too much of a jerk, Noel's gonna chide you for not being Sarah enough. You're role playing as her. That's fine.
Extracted from the meteorite.
It's fitting for a JRPG to handle dialogue options that way.
Kill them all.
There we go. This one dies before it gets staggered. Even at the end of Final Fantasy 13, if you put any of the characters from that game into a scenario and asked me, how would this character react? I wouldn't have any fucking idea ever. They're all completely uncharacterized. Enough CP. I haven't completely grokked the Crystarium and how it's different from the first game, but it doesn't matter because right now it's faster and better, and it looks like it's advancing my character to just press the button a couple times, so. It would react in whatever way would cause the plot to move forward.
It was a perfect day to ride some waves.
You want me over here somewhere, right? I could try going back. I have to get used to like the game expecting me to not just walk forward. A game can be strictly linear and that you're always like leaving places behind, or that rather you don't have choices as whether to go left or right. But it's nice to like have to walk forward and then walk back a little bit, right? I think this basically never happens. Maybe once or twice in the first game. There might be like a puzzle where you have to go down 3 paths and flip a switch and then go back.
It wasn't the artifact after all.
Are you losing your judgment?
It's not his fault. Come on, let's head back.
This game chooses, the first thing it tells you about paradigms is whether or not you're focusing or splitting.
He's my fiancé. He's off trying to find lightning for me.
You mean he's trying to get to Valhalla?
Well, no.
This guy standing between them.
There was something strange about lightning just disappearing. And only Snow believed me.
Ah, I see. That's the kind of guy that everyone looks up to, huh?
They're investigating that thing from inside the meteorite.
Hey, thank you, Isla. How have you been? Appreciate that.
You're super awesome. Unless they think they're doing the right thing.
It might not be a person at all. I mean, with time and space being warped everywhere, anything could happen, really.
Right. And that's how your things ended up out here? It's not a bad theory. Okay, so maybe we should ask if anyone else is missing stuff.
Let's head to the house and find out.
You're not describing character motivations, though. You're describing, like...
Strange. That's weird. Strange. What is that?
What is it?
What you guys looking at? Of the 003 AF.
That mirror. It was never there before.
That's pretty cool looking.
Hey, check it out.
Wait. Okay, what is that? How did that happen?
It's a twist in time. Something that doesn't belong.
Yeah.
I think this is an artifact.
Sweet.
We found an artifact, just as Noel said we would. Does this mean everything else he said is true? Did he really meet lightning in Valhalla? Maybe. Once I step through the gate, I'll be leaving my friends, my students, and the village for who knows how long. Can you tell me, Lightning? Do I dare believe this man?
Okay, now we just have to head for the gate.
I don't get it. What was that artifact doing in the mirror?
Live trigger rewards are for what I selected in dialogue options, and it gives me something good if I
the future.
pick the right ones, or...
It didn't. I'm going to take this artifact and open that gate.
I think this is going to be like the unit of progress, right? Is finding artifacts to progress.
If there's anything you're wondering about or don't believe, just ask, and I'll try to explain.
Well, there is one thing. What is it you want?
It's a great question to ask somebody.
A future that has people in it.
I want things to be
At the
fine.
end of days, I was the very last child to be born. As I grew up, everyone I knew died, one by one, until eventually it was just me. All their dreams fell on my shoulders. I was their last hope.
Well, that's an interesting setup.
It was too much, so I left. Sure, maybe I couldn't go home again. Maybe I couldn't make everyone happy. But at the very least, I could rebuild a future where everyone could survive. So I went through the gate. I wasn't thinking very clearly then. I had a dream that I didn't
The
think out
Moogle
loud
has a clock
what it
wand.
really meant. But once I got here and saw how you and your friends live in this village, I knew my dream could come true. In Valhalla, your sister gave me a chance. She gave me hope. The future can be changed. That's what she told me, and I believe her.
I understand. Thank you, Noel. Thank you for telling me that.
I think I would have liked this a little bit better if the game opened with you playing as Noel in the fucked up ruined future, right? Or just a little bit, and then you get pulled into the lightning thing, right?
I think I'm okay.
Do a lot of stars fall out of the sky? Cats are so lucky, they have no worries.
It's not like a huge apocalyptic problem. Like the way they did it is also fine. I feel like the way they did it was because they wanted you to be playing lightning in the beginning.
Where the meteorite fell. So we should
But it would have been cool to be like, who the fuck is this person? Like, oh, it's lightning. I know this person. Okay. Oh, no, she's gone now. I tend to not like when movies and stories have characters be skeptical of something that's just true for longer than like a scene at most, right? It's frustrating for the audience because the audience knows that they're not lying. Although I guess I could be wrong. If Noel's actually lying, that would be super interesting. But I think that would have been pretty rad.
I kind of feel bad.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it feels like the Squeenix Fun Police still have some power over the game.
Still monsters around. Keep a lookout.
They're not, like, making all of the decisions, at least. Like, I think starting as Noel in the future and then getting pulled into Valhalla and meeting Lightning would probably just have been better, and the only reason they didn't do that is because you need to start playing as Lightning, right? You have to fight Chaos Bahamut in the first 2 minutes. I think it would have set the tone really well, like, hey, this is somebody we don't know. This is in a world that's alien to us, if you remember Final Fantasy 13. And it would make the weird, jarring, like, Valhalla's in Valhalla for... Or, sorry. Lightning's in Valhalla for some reason and fighting Liam O'Brien, right? Like, okay, so some really weird shit happened that we don't know what's going on.
I'm glad we found the artifact, but that's not the only weird thing going on here.
You mean like your friends and the way they act? Understandable, though. Guess it's not every day someone like me drops in from...
I could have handled that alone. No, even before that. Everything's been off for the last 3 years. Ever since Lightning disappeared.
You say she's disappeared, but I know where she is. She's in Valhalla. I'll take you to her. I promise.
I like having the enemies be connected to the time shenanigans, too, because they already felt super weird and out of place in the first game. Like, it never felt like I was fighting an enemy that just resided here. This is just a creature that lives in this area. We're just, like, digging into the JPEG folder, as it were. Here, that's still true, but at least they're, like, zapping in from out of time and space, right? I'm not meant to believe that these are actually here all the time. not like the soundtrack. A couple songs that have been okay, but causality barrier. Gog Magog, Chicago, Illinois, 60651. Oh shit, right. Got it in time. Need to have that at the bottom so it's easier for me to swap to. Yeah. Probably a lot less work. God. Please don't let this be the normal boss music. The distinction with the boss fight is that you have to do something now, which is nice. And I also like that we've encountered this guy twice now, so I can kind of like put him in my head a bit. Oh yeah, Gog Magog, that guy. The butt rock demon. Feed them greens. Buttrock Time Demon. Maybe 2 Gog Magogs. Oh no, they said Falsey. It's wild that, like, it seems like Final Fantasy 13 is so fucking frustratingly complicated that, like, adding time travel would be a really bad idea. But they're basically being able to use it to simplify things here, which is great. It's okay, they didn't say it, they said it in a what is effectively a codex entry, so. It's not a codex entry, it's a fragment item. You have to collect the fragment items. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll go read that. Also, it seemed like that information was, like, not necessary for me to play the game. I assumed it was an Esper when I first saw it. Reading a boss soul, yeah. Which I like that. Quick little paragraph.
Are you sure you're ready? You know, once we go through, there might be no coming back.
Thanks for the warning.
Yes, I'm ready to go. It's not a dream or a lie. I know my sister is alive out there. I'm sorry I doubted you. Of all people, I should know how bad it can make you feel when no one believes what you say. Snow put all his trust in me. Now it's my turn to do the same for you. I've made up my mind.
Darkstar mentioned that you can save with the pause button. Are there no normal save points? Or does the game have an autosave at all?
We'll find Valhalla, I promise.
So far, it's only an hour and a half, but this game is like exponentially better than Final Fantasy 13. It could be because my expectations are just so low, but I think there are a lot of things about it that are just strictly better.
There's no need. We already have, sort of.
Okay. Thank you.
Lightning's knife. It's been sharpened and cleaned.
You did that.
Hey, shut up.
Look, my pendant has a brand new chain.
Oh, okay.
And and Snow was purring like a kitten. Someone gave him a good brushing.
Be quiet.
Hey.
Why don't you guys go fess up?
The three Nomura dorks.
Go on. You too.
Hey, Sarah. I figured no way you're leaving the pendant behind. So I made a chain, you know, so you wouldn't lose it.
If Lightning is alive out there, wouldn't want her getting mad over a poorly maintained weapon. You know her.
Dude wants to draw concept art so bad.
If you leave, someone's got to pick up the slack looking after Snow.
These guys are at least a little bit more... They were in the first game, right? I just barely remember them because they almost never did or said anything outside of, like, 2 scenes.
Go. I don't know what's waiting out there in the future between worlds, but I want to see Lightning so much. If there's any chance at all, I want to take it.
You can go, but you have to come back in one piece. Promise?
I promise.
They're more interesting in this one.
Maybe a miracle will happen.
Still does feel like they just really badly want to render the concept art for however many weird and wacky characters they can come up with.
Well, I can't say that I do. This is the first time I've opened a gate myself. Guess we'll just have to find out.
There's a lot of characters like that in Kingdom Hearts.
I'll protect her. I promise you. I vow never to let her come to harm.
Godot.
Trust me. For Sarah's sake.
Roxas's friends. Everything Organization 13 adjacent.
I guess this is it.
Guess so. Looks like the future starts now.
Sweet. Video games.
I'll be back. Sarah, you set out on
So's nobody his house cat.
You believed in a promise. You believed in a future you could not see. I will keep fighting here, at the end of the world. I know you will come. I believe in you.
She's much more obviously Liara in this one. I don't know why I never noticed that in the first one. I guess she doesn't talk very much.
This place is incredible.
It's the Historia Crux. The crossroads of the time continuum.
So this is how you were able to travel.
Avalanche is kind of that, although that game is written by someone way more competent, so...
Nowhere space. And now it's your turn.
Data Matrix, the Historia Crux. I love shit that would be like too on the nose even for Barkley Shut Up and Jam guided. Select the year and location in which you wish to travel. Okay, that's cute. Turn to the Historia Crux by pressing start. Neat. Go to 4.
Rejecting the easy path, humanity has chosen to build a society based on human technology rather than relying on the Fal'Cie. A provisional government has replaced the Sanctum, and a scientific organization calling itself the Academy searches ruins for ancient technological secrets.
Okay.
One such site is on the shores of Lake Brescia, where a giant war weapon has been unearthed.
Sure. Isn't that like deliberate though? That's the whole "I want Lightning to be a female Cloud Strife" quote from the dev team.
reaching for the future, we sometimes fall into the past. As we gaze upon events that cannot be changed, our hearts grow bitter with regret.
I like this. The little, like,
You, my dear Sarah,
titles
will you encounter
in
your
interesting
past
places.
here? How will you choose to deal with that pain?
It feels like it fumbles the ball there. Like, 7's not a I don't think 7's a very good story or a particularly good Final Fantasy. I'm not just saying that to be like... Does she have a different costume? Oh, never mind. Same costume. I'm not trying to be a contrarian there. I think that it's weird and confusing and really dependent on, like, a second playthrough to make sense of it.
This is Cocoon.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, check it out. You can see the ground above us.
It's way better than 13,
So this is how
but it's not as, like, concise or straightforward as, like, 10.
Wait, I forgot. This is your first time here.
Yep.
Maybe they were just spending too much time on making the thing work in the first one. I don't know.
What is that?
It's pretty cool looking. I like having these different time areas that we can go to, that we can, like, have a little vignette, right?
Get up!
An arm?
Yeah, and not looking to shake hands, I'm guessing.
Ah! Seven at least works as an emotional story. Even if we don't know what the hell's going on in the big picture, we can at least follow, like, our characters from moment to moment. We understand what Barrett's trying to do, what Tifa's trying to do. We don't really understand what, Ooh, ouch, wounded. Wounding attack. So wounding attack reduces maximum HP. Ah, win the battle swiftly to regain your HP. Cool. We don't know what Cloud's deal is, but that's kind of like the point. That he's a nobody, and he doesn't really have a deal. I really like that I can visually see when it's time to Sentinel. Nice. And, like, the camera helps me with that a little bit, it feels like. Nice block. That was neat. Can't do very much chain at all here, can I? I don't think we're gonna get stagger. Yeah. And the wound mechanic is fucking genius. Because I think there were times when this was the problem in 13.1, where there was like a time to death issue where I'd already fucked up at the beginning of the battle and there was no way to convey to me that I'm not doing this efficiently enough, right? If Wound was in that annoying Saj Gestalt fight, I would know that I was fucking up in the first minute. We got some stagger meter there now. Okay. Maybe they realized they needed to do that. I think I'm going to be able to stagger him into case faster than I can keep it up. Oh, that cutscene staggered him? Okay. My bad. Wound, they needed that really badly. Just a way to tell the player, like, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this the way we intend you to do it. Without you finding out 6 minutes in.
Paradox effect confirmed. Targeting Atlas.
Try refreshing it. Hold on. Sometimes it gets mad. Thanks for letting me know.
Switch to Plan B. Roger that. Plan B. Initiating alternate paradox shield. You forget to restock?
Paradox shield. See, that's run-of-the-mill and mundane for them. Oh, I missed a QTE.
That was exciting.
Guess it's over. Huh? It's the army!
Friends of yours?
Attention intruders. Surrender immediately.
Excellent.
Taking you to headquarters. Move! These are the infiltrators? They look like sieves who took a wrong turn. They were right there when the giant started moving. Probably have something to do with this paradox effect. Huh. Think they might have caused it? We'll soon find out, and dig up any intel they've got on Atlas while we're at it. You're being detained as potential suspects in the unsanctioned activation of Atlas. Come with me, and no funny business.
We're being treated like criminals. But it's just a misunderstanding. Stick to the truth and we'll be okay. And smile. Smiling usually helps. What's up?
What's up with the giant hand? What do you make of the paradox effect?
What is this paradox effect?
Remember the weirdness near your village when a meteorite fell? Probably the same kind of thing.
I don't know what an atlas is. Yeah, we appreciate that.
One question. What's the Academy?
Huh? The Academy's the institute that's investigating these ruins. Who doesn't know that?
Dialogue's really quiet, but I have no control over it. If it has volume sliders, it'll automatically be the best.
You two came up on the Grand Elevator?
The Grand what?
Grand
Sarah,
Pulse.
What are you talking about?
He could be talking about the elevator that's supposed to connect Cocoon and
You guys are time travelers, Sarah. Catch up.
still
Come
being
on.
built. It's going to be finished next year.
You're confused. It was done last year.
Last year?
What a strangler. You're so much more interesting. Don't be an idiot.
Forward in time?
I'd say 2 years have passed, at a guess. Since what was scheduled for next year has already been
Don't
built
put it on. Don't put it on the Historia. Whatever the fuck.
Hey, watch yourself.
Thanks.
Don't put it on the loading screen.
You know them?
Alyssa Zidell. I'm an Academy
Alyssa Zidell.
I heard you apprehended our 2 observers, so here I am.
Observers?
Yes, they're invited guests of the Academy. I was showing them around and forgot to give them their communicators.
Back up a second. These guys, these observers, are VIPs?
Yep.
I hope we can forget about this little mix-up.
strange world, stranger events, unfamiliar faces, an uncertain future. They speak of anomalies, of a strange energy that warps time itself. Things that shouldn't exist here are appearing near the gates. Things that shouldn't happen are happening. They call this phenomenon the paradox effect. And if you think about it, that term could apply to our existence in this age as well. Lightning, how will I find you when I don't even know when or where I'll end up next? Rain. Oh.
I swear, so many characters feel like they're built from the concept art up.
Thank you for your help. I was just wondering, have we met before?
Oh, no. Sorry about all that observer nonsense back there. Lucky for us, that soldier was so quick to believe me.
What's your story? Well, I have a small tie.
I'm Alyssa Seidel, an academy trainee, and this is where I'm going to make my big discovery.
That's not what I meant. What do you want with us?
I'm not sure I want to tell you yet. You'll just have to trust me.
Interesting.
Right this way, please.
Which way?
You'll need an ID to travel any further into the ruins. Here, take this communicator and keep it with you at all times.
So I'm curious.
Yeah?
Just why are you helping us anyway?
I guess one of the patches I installed makes it so the rain is transparent, otherwise this scene would look like dog shit.
I saw how you got here through that thing.
What, you mean through the gate?
Yes, it is a kind of gate. It links to another world, doesn't it? Nice to finally have some clue what these things are for.
So basically, helping us out
Yeah.
is almost like part
Which
of
one's-
research.
Oh boy.
But you still have questions.
I do have questions, yes, about the gate and about the paradox.
But with Atlas throwing his weight around, the ruins will be closed off and there goes the chance to get your answers.
No.
No problem. We'll take care of that giant for you.
Yeah, right.
You will? Great.
It was a very popular thing to do in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. Okay. Three types of gates exist. The ones that shine like the sun have been blessed by the goddess. Okay. Don't tell me the wild artifacts take me to randomly generated content. Run screaming from that.
You know what I heard? They might be shutting down this site pretty soon. It's all because of Atlas. It's too unsafe with him around. But there's still so much I want to explore.
I like that this area is visually very distinct from the starting area. I like that this character, while she was probably designed from the concept art up, is a character. Like, I kind of get it. Like, oh, okay, she's like, you know, an archaeologist, scientist, researcher type. She's curious. Like, I can make some guesses about the way she'll behave in the future, unlike literally all of the randos and non-party NPCs. Like, what's Sid Rain's deal? He's stoic.
Wait, sir. Are you sure?
He cares about Cocoon. Yeah, I can't do anything about the voice acting, unfortunately. There's no slider for it.
But we still need to gather information in the name of science.
If I turn the game up, the music will be way too loud.
Artificial. It's the real thing.
Did you hear about the new head of the investigation? Okay, listen to this. Apparently, it's someone Alyssa's age. You're kidding. What are they?
I forget, I have source amnesia and where I read about this. Maybe one of y'all posted it, but an interesting article about Chrono Trigger working unusually well for video game storytelling because jumping between time points meant that boring things could happen in the plot while you were away doing something in the future or whatever, right? It's a thing that you do easily with movies. You can allow time to pass in between shots But you can't really do it in a video game when you're following the hero. So having you go to these, like, totally different timelines allows things to be exciting all the time without it being Final Fantasy 13, right?
I'm so scared.
Leaving gate seal.
The soldiers scare me. The academy staff scares me.
Atlas has the ability to appear and disappear randomly. Its main physical component actually exists elsewhere.
So if we want to defeat Atlas,
Like this guy's sci-fi tie.
We can also try and figure out its spatial manipulation mechanism. I wonder if the paradox has anything to do with it.
There are similar glowing objects deep within the ruins.
Right, such a high watermark. Perfectly paced, perfect length, perfect balance of combat and story. Perfectly non-grindy, an excellent amount of side content that's like the equal of the main content and worth doing without feeling like it's just shoved in there to balloon the length. The only good JRPG. This is a bit true. It's a JRPG where all of those knobs are set perfectly and no one's really been able to what the fuck?
Chocobocolina! Welcome, get your traveling products here at Chocolina's Emporium. The beauty's all mine, but the products can be yours, but only if you show me the money. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime choco-amazing opportunity, so don't miss out.
Hi there. I'm a little overwhelmed and slightly confused, to be honest. So you run a shop?
Her character is one thing, but her character being here in this grim tech dystopia. Okay, whatever. Oh no, not crafting. Items have an equipment cost. Okay. Wax. Pearl. Oh god, how do weapons work in this? Is that actually better? Why are some of them free? It's DLC stuff. I want to do anything that's going to make the game way easier. Is this actually better than what I currently have? Like, or do I have to think of it like useless weapons in Final Fantasy 13-1 where I have to craft all of them? Iron Bangle, Black Belt. They're mostly boring. It says it's better, though. I mean, can I just save the guild to get crafting components to make my existing weapon better than that?
Have a fantabulous day!
Okay.
Have you seen that big old giant? Where'd he come from? Someone sure wasted their time and hard-earned money making something that big. I don't like seeing materials go to waste like that, but hey, what can I do?
The camera angle, her idle animation. Jesus Christ. The default versions of these are slightly higher.
You know I'm counting on you. Everyone is.
Okay. Nice. Accessory capacity is obtained through the Crystarium eventually, I assume. So presumably it's cheaper for me to take the level. No, it's the same whether it's Ravager or Commando. Huh. Ravager levels. Immediately expanded. Oh, this is kind of neat. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to take this basically every time. Although getting a new role would be interesting. Not enough CP. Saboteur, I'm not as excited as I would be for the buff one. It's so confusing that there's an ability called Ravage in the Commando tree. Launch. Synergist, yeah, I guess. Well, God, it's so hard to not just take the ATB because it governs everything. Depending on what's in this tree, I think I'm going to take the ATB for now. We'll see how roles work later on with other characters and stuff. It definitely has the feeling of like a choice where you can super misplay. Yeah.
Why did you offer to stop the giant?
Because we can't let Atlas shut this place down. We need to search the ruins. There might be other gates we can use.
Like the gate to Valhalla?
Exactly. And how can I take you to Lightning without those handy-dandy portals?
It's at least better than the Crystarium in the first one that had no choices but was presented as though there were choices. And the non-choices took a bunch of time to move through. Catchy. Zerg Scandroid. This battle theme's okay. Paradigm pack? What?
What? The monster turned into crystal.
Servant of time, daughter of chaos, unto the world unseen, the untamed you guide.
What do you know? It talks.
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Guide the untamed?
Oh, is it Pokemon?
Power over monsters, Kupo.
Over monsters?
Now that you mention it, Lightning had monsters fighting with her in battle.
You can do the same, Kupo.
Okay. This power, can you show me how it works? I want to learn how to protect myself. Might as well start now.
Obtain a monster crystal. Okay. I'm a little nervous about this. I just got off Shin Megami Tensei, and I hate the way that game handles monster party members. Doesn't mean every game has to... Frustrating. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like... The third slot is a monster with a different role. That's actually kind of a neat way to iterate on the paradigm idea. Catchy. X-Proof. Late Bloomer. Proved Cure. Thunderproof. Okay. So its role is medic. That's neat. Okay. So I can fill roles like synergist with monsters, theoretically. Girl Link. Every monster can release a special attack. Watch the Feral Link gauge fill. Build chain attacks with your monster ally. The meter's already full for this. Kitty Clock. This replaces the Gestalt thing, which was basically always a waste of time. I don't think I ever summoned in that game except when it required me to. Button prompts will appear. It's like they're really trying to make this game more interactive. Okay. Back to the special attack depends on the synchronization rate. Okay. Don't hate it. Alright, so if I want to do the other monster, why this menu is like the frame rate just dips real bad. Adornments. Use it with new abilities. Okay, so he's a Ravager. I see. Okay, so here we... Okay, yeah, that's neat. Not mad. Don't have a triple commando set up yet. We want double sentinel to be on the bottom, I think. It feels more like a video game, which I like. Based on how quickly you do the QTE. Okay. So much of what bothered me about Final Fantasy XIII was how many decisions were non-decisions. How much of the game was trying to pitch itself as being interactive when it wasn't. It like had all these hallmarks of like, oh, it's an RPG and you're getting stronger, but not really. And your choices matter, but not really. It felt like it was missing a like breadth of efficacy effect, right? Where it's like you're either doing the right thing and battle's going fine, or you're doing an incredibly stupid thing and battle's taking for fucking ever. And there really was no middle ground, it felt like. I really like the health meters too. It's a lot easier for me to eyeball in like the corner of my vision how I'm doing on stagger and health while being able to actually look at the screen instead of look at the UI the whole time.
Another gate. Figures.
You need an artifact to open it, right?
Right.
Do they always drop? Like, what causes you to get monsters from enemies?
Awesome.
The end.
Just a random drop. Also a Ravager, but maybe the element matters. Improve chaining.
Scholars believe the paradox is a natural phenomenon, but I think it was created by man. That
Yeah, right.
has to be a weapon censored by someone.
Oh, that's nice. I like that they make rating matter. Rating felt perverse in the first game.
If it's the giant you want to take down, then take a look around.
Wasted most of my resources there. That's alarming. Another way to level them up.
You know I'm counting on you.
Should I be investing resources in leveling up my monsters, or just wait until I get a stronger monster? That's the Shin Megami Tensei dilemma that I hate.
We had some supply stations around here. Then they sort of disappeared. Probably another paradox side effect.
Leave it to me.
Moogle hunts.
Come on, Mom.
Neat.
Good boy.
This is silly, but again, just it's an improvement, right? Like characters in the world reacting to what you do. It's nice.
You can't activate the portal without the key. First, we have to
I guess there aren't any characters in the world at all in 13.1 outside of like that one town that's also a dungeon.
How about the thing we used last time?
I think each gate uses a different key. There might be similarities in size or material, though. No good. It won't open.
We need to find the right artifact for this gate.
Got it. Core unit of progress. You gotta get the doodly doos to open the doors. Do more timey-wimey shit. Yeah, the difference between enemies that you should be burning down versus trying to stagger is much clearer now for whatever reason. I'm sure people have played Final Fantasy 13-1 this way, either in a New Game Plus playthrough or just by beating their head against the game enough to be able to read it, but it's not presented in a way that's readable like that. I think the fights being shorter helps a hell of a lot. Like, if I know that if a fight's going well, it should be over in about 30 seconds, and it's taking, like, minutes, then I know I need to change something, right? And that's a source of constant feedback to me that I'm playing not well. Oh, weird. Alternate version of every field track that dynamically switches to during the half second that a monster shows up before you hit it. That's actually on the soundtrack, but you'll never hear it. So a Ravager.
There used to be a cemetery in the ruins. Sorry, I can't deal with you right now. I'm in the middle of a crisis here. One of my men
Personal
lost an
crisis?
experimental drug that our unit was testing. It's a reaction-enhancing substance. Kind of thing that civilians shouldn't be playing around with. If the substance was stolen, there's no telling where it will end up. We have to retrieve it immediately.
Hey, like an actual side quest, not like a weird rock side quest, the unfinished back half of the game. Okay.
Search for the capsules? Could certainly use an extra hand or two. We're missing 2 capsules. They look just like ordinary medicine. If you find them, bring them directly to me.
Find meth for this man. Okay. I guess it's like a brighter yellow if they're already staggered. I missed that on that boss fight. I guess I wasn't expecting it to give me a free stagger from the cutscene.
It's Atlas!
Detected a large energy surge in the center of the ruins. Another unknown device has appeared.
Did the device appear along with Atlas? If Atlas is a weapon built by humans, they must have designed a way to stop it.
And that machine showing up is no coincidence.
Right.
2 choices. We try that new device and hope it controls Atlas. Or do it the old-fashioned way and fight him head-on. No regrets, no looking back.
I live in the moment. What does Alyssa think?
Alyssa, what do you think?
Even the army's having a hard time with Atlas. If you want to take him on, be my guest.
I think this game is kind of what I was expecting from Final Fantasy 13 when we started it. Like, I wasn't expecting to have my mind blown, and I was expecting to have some things be not super great. But I was at least expecting it to be a video game, and that video game to be at least somewhat interesting to play through, right? It looks like they're giving me enough of those that I can just feed them. But it's not going to pass along any passives, right? Or would it not tell me what it's going to pass along? Okay, it's not fusion, it's infusion, guys. Yeah. It's already the difference between 0 and, like, an infinitesimal, but I think it's actually better than an infinitesimal. Like, it's pretty decent. It's like with 13.1, they just had 0 idea what they were doing. They had this idea for a paradigm system and then didn't stop at any point to ask, like, is this actually a fun mechanic, though? Love the wound mechanic. Fucking great. It's maybe better than that, we'll see, but yeah, that's much higher. Wait, so hold on. How do I give them goop? Adornments? No. There's like a goop thing I can give them, right? Okay. Let's see. Hopefully that wasn't a big old waste. Although... interesting. So I use different things for different monsters. Which is a nice way to incentivize spreading the love, I guess. I need to heal, I'm going to be set. Probably going to regret that when I get an attacking enemy of that type. Is it just organic versus mechanical? I don't know why sometimes it looks like I'm hitting them and it's not landing for whatever reason. Is that Feral Link build between battles? I love that red on the edges of the screen when you need to heal. That's nice. This game needed a lot more things to kind of let you know what's going on in your peripheral vision without having to focus on the UI constantly. I like the idea of organic versus mechanical, but everything else was a nightmare.
If it's the giant you want to take down, then take a look around. You know I'm counting on you. Everyone is.
Yeah. Saying nice things for her. What's that all about? I promise I wasn't just shitting on Final Fantasy 13 to shit on it. Like, I didn't just, like, think it was bad and then give up on it. Just spend some time in Commando, so I want to split those up a little bit. Feels like, so what do those adornments do? They didn't look like it changed their stats or anything, like the tattoo that I had. Yeah, it feels like Final Fantasy 13 1 was a tech demo. A particularly bad one that they just like polished enough that they could like get away with releasing it, and it should never have been released because it wasn't a complete game. And like this is the thing that normally a developer would spend some time with their tech demo and have to tweak it a bunch and kind of reinvent it from scratch along these lines, you know? Like the fact that that game didn't have the wound mechanic is shocking to me. Okay. She moves around really fast. Interesting to see if Sentinel is just a boss ability or if random battles are going to require it at some point. Oh, like an actual dungeon map that I have to explore in different directions. It's weird that that matters. It shouldn't matter. I still hold that the complaint about a game being a hallway doesn't really hold a lot of weight. That often, like, when you're exploring a dungeon, you just have to flip a coin to go left or right. One of them is progress, one of them leads to a chest. And in one way, you have to just turn around and go the other way, right, to get the item that you missed. But maybe that's important in some weird way. Hey, Star Pet. Is one of the things that affects your combat rating the total amount of damage you took? Or is it just based on your health at the end of the fight? I'm wondering if it's worth, like, healing to top off. It seems like rating cares the most about how quickly you won, right? Oh, weird. Gross. Ugh. Oops. Decide if I want to save my Feral Link. That's basically replaced the TP mechanic, right? TP was the one thing that carried over between fights.
No one's hurt, right?
Better. Most of the TP options were pretty terrible.
Machine. Must be it.
Found the weird machine. Here's a limited strategic resource. Most of it is bad, or abilities that you should just have natively. Oh, okay.
Where are we?
You're in space.
A time labyrinth, Koopa.
Oh, okay.
I think we're inside the paradox.
Oh no.
We have to figure out the labyrinth and its puzzles before we can get out.
Okay.
Koopa?
Tile trial. Okay. I mean, it's a puzzle. That's better than no puzzles. What'd you call the degenerate form of that puzzle? It's You have to draw a line you can't ever draw back the way you came. On the tip of my tongue.
Let's see what it does, yeah?
Let's.
I guess it's similar to a witness puzzle, isn't it?
Hope this actually lets us control Atlas.
All we can do is pray.
Please work.
Annoying room in Oracle of Ages.
Finally, can you hear me now? It looks like Atlas is starting to slow down a little.
Yeah, right.
We did something.
Power of Noi, lights out, ice block. It would be fun to try to sit down and come up with, like, the most degenerate forms of every possible video game puzzle, right? Rudimentary puzzles. I do think that there are a finite number of puzzles that can exist, or categories of degenerate puzzles, right? Oh shit, right, I gotta pay attention when I do that. Oh, okay. Neat. Pulse Knight is a sentinel. Well, never mind. Oh, Hoplight's a commando. Actually feel compelled to try out different things here. It's crazy and weird. Probably fine.
Exploring, are we? I want to be careful in here. Someone spotted a seed in one of the tunnels, deeper in the ruins. We haven't seen a seed on Cocoon for several years now. There's definitely something spooky going on here. I hope someone takes care of it soon.
Interesting. Chester.
one of those monsters? Maybe you should just leave it to the soldiers. A creature like that shouldn't even be here. The paradox effect thrown in, there's no telling what it's capable of. Watch your step and be ready for anything.
Something I appreciate with this game so far, Final Fantasy X-2 felt like it was like weird, like fan fiction / anime filler set in the same universe as Final Fantasy X. And I guess a big part of the problem is that it was trying to reuse all the same characters from Final Fantasy X, and they felt really fucked up and weird. It felt like, you know, the Bount arc of Bleach or something like that, but like even weirder and like tonally dissonant and wrong. This game doesn't feel like that, and I don't know if it's because I just didn't internalize anything about Final Fantasy 13 for it to feel off. Or if it's because it's better that they're just using brand new characters. We didn't really get to learn anything about Sarah in the first game, so there's nothing to ruin. Noel is a new character. The time travel thing lets us plausibly visit other areas that could exist in this universe, but it doesn't really require those things to be true still.
Some say that time is a box full of possibilities. Until someone from the future peeks inside, it has to be.
Put off a Schrodinger's cat comment. I kind of like getting the little items that you use to level up the Pokemon. That's neat. Currently just trying to use them rather than stress about saving them, in the hope that getting more 5-star ratings will make it easier for me to get more of those items and evolve future caught Pokemon. I didn't ask anything. Oh yeah. You're not gonna make me micromanage a bunch of little save files? That's nice of you. I actually want to open with Triple Commando. Alright, customize.
There he is! And not looking too happy.
What's up, bud? Oh wait, did it have a different starting point there or something? Very strange. Yay, wound. Best mechanic ever. Oh, I can have a different feral link with each of them. I didn't realize that. Oh, left, right, down. Okay, gotcha. Complex. Is it always the same every time? I see. Happy to die on this fight, actually. I can at least imagine how I could play it differently in trying to use the feral links. But it seems like it's kind of like Final Fantasy X, where you want to have it overdrive on everybody before you go into a fight like this.
So how'd we do?
We did it!
I'm on it.
We should do that more often.
Hey!
What the?
How did we get here?
No! Look out!
Move!
Oh, looks like it's a weak point.
I think I found his weak spot. Ready?
Do it!
Wait for it.
Now!
Perfect. Cinematic bonus.
Whoa! Now what?
Paradox is dissipating.
He was a bridge the whole time?
I wonder what caused the paradox effect.
This is just a theory, but I think there might be someone out there derailing history and bending the timeline. That's why Atlas and these gates are appearing out of nowhere.
This is just a theory, but that's almost absolutely exactly what's happening.
Who would do something like that?
I don't know. Someone who has the power to change history. And since we can use the gates, we'll have to stop him.
This ability to control monsters and use
Edie
the
at the end of
gates.
Mass Effect 2. I hate it.
Be a gift from lightning?
We'll just have to find her.
Well, it's a situation where sometimes they just can't think of a way out of it. You know, the only thing they can do is like give the characters the ability to perfectly speculate about things.
Right in front of us.
Time burglars. I guess I'd rather they like just find a way for the character to actually know for sure. Fragments. Atlas. It's human origin. Future civilization. Neat. A time labyrinth is a work in progress space. Okay.
There's an epitaph. Here lie the innocent victims of chance, cast out and cast down. May their souls
This game
find
couldn't
the path
possibly have been
that
made
leads
by the
them
same people as the first one, right? I imagine they have some people in common on the team, but is there like a totally different director or something?
This is it. This is the place. I thought I might be, but that's not my name.
Then whose is it?
Kubo. It's my friend's. She died here, running from the purge. And me? I'm one of those who survived. 5 years ago, the entire town of Bodum, it was wiped out by the army. I was there, visiting my friend.
It's hard to wrap my head around.
Then everything went to hell. We ran and hid with the other fugitives. But just as the troops were pulling out, that's when the ceiling of our hiding place collapsed. Ever since then, I've had the same dream. I'm trapped under rubble. It's dark. I'm in pain and I can barely breathe. The next thing I know, I rise out of my body and I'm standing before this grave. And the name written on the stone, it's mine. After seeing that image so many times, I started to think that maybe I did die back then, and the life I'm living now is just an illusion.
Alyssa, do you feel that way too?
Well, you seem real to me.
Real enough, I guess.
So, are we meant to understand that this is just literally 2 years in the future on the main timeline, or is like did every bunch of different things happen in the past before this? So I thought the Historia Codex or whatever showed this on the main timeline.
Scarred Alyssa. Were started by Lassie. If I had never become a Lassie, if I had never made those mistakes, then the purge, well, it may never have happened. Lightning. Is there any way to make up for the suffering we've caused? Can we ever give back what we've taken?
The only way I can make that make sense that it's the same team is that there was like executive meddling. People were like ripping things out of the first game. They literally couldn't make something coherent because of weird project timelines and...
Okay then. I think that wraps things up for Alyssa. Now for our little quest.
Right.
Let's find an artifact and open a gate.
So, where should we look?
Well, now we've cleared up the paradox effect. It's possible those sneaky artifacts have come out of hiding. Let's try searching those areas we couldn't reach.
Didn't they make this with less time? I guess they had a lot of stuff already built.
Mog, you can help? You're a lifesaver.
Like 13.1 is such a shit show at every conceivable level. And almost everything they could have done wrong, they did do wrong.
Come on, Mom.
Nice, Mog.
Koopa Koopa?
me see that I can overcome any experience, no matter how terrible.
Yeah, I think the game makes the most sense if viewed as a, this should never have seen the light of day. This should never have gotten released, right? Because I imagine many, if not every developer out there produce games that are similar to Final Fantasy 13-1 internally, and then never, like, polish off the edges and release it, right? Because it's not a game. They don't have anything that they can be proud of, so they, like, scrap it, they take the ideas they already built, and then they make a new game. And from our perspective, we don't see that product. We just hear, oh, Zelda Breath of the Wild got delayed by another 2 years, right? I mean, God, it sucks that the game got delayed. Something, something, Miyamoto quote.
Sorry.
But Final Fantasy 13-1 is what happens when that game actually gets released.
Is that it?
Active. I have to set it as active. Yeah, I hate that, like, the realities of the business world and capitalism and competition mean that we never hear the behind-the-scenes stories. We only see the game once it comes out, and occasionally you get, like, a what happened, or somebody talks about it, or you can pick up the pieces a little bit and kind of figure it out, but it's a problem across all media, really. Keep your mouth shut or you'll get blacklisted from the industry, right? But I feel like it means that lots of teams have to, like, repeat the mistakes of other teams because they don't have lessons to learn from them. Because everyone has to pretend like everything was peachy and fine.
Is that it?
Yeah, the lessons are often capitalism is bad.
Something here, Kupo.
True. The struggle between the workers creating the art and the publishers trying to get a profit from the art makes art worse. What a crazy lesson. Who could have seen that coming?
Looks like you lost. I'm in trouble.
Okay. Be more careful next time. Damn. Right. What happened episode of the part leg? Director said in an interview that project was fucked. He then resigned weeks later.
Did it.
Too easy.
Come on, Mog. Go, Mog.
Yeah, this is a nice little enemy group. Like the enemy groups feel like they're trying to get you to play a certain way or make certain decisions.
Go, Mom.
Way to go, Bobblehead.
Bobblehead.
Now for the gate.
Yes, you found one. Nice work there, soldier.
Let's find the other one. Yeah, it's bad for art. What causes that different victory fanfare to play sometimes? Sorry, can expand. Interesting. Has to use a higher tier upgrade material. That's interesting. Okay. Now I can freely spend the lower level stuff on my lower level monsters. Neat.
Shambling monsters created by the Fal'Cie, right? Just creeps me out.
Thanks for recapping that. But he gives the same quest, it seems like. Chester.
Come on, Mom.
I feel like I need to save my feral links for boss fights, but I also felt that way about overdrives in Final Fantasy X.
Good work, everyone.
You guys are unbelievable. Sean Mox is a the Atlas with the sword and bow. Will you train for this?
We can't take all the credit. Mog helped too.
Really? That little fella helped you out, huh? Must be a brave little guy.
Stuck? Stuck. I don't think it was another revealable thing. Mana droplets. Got it, okay. Able to kill the ads, that was nice. Do this here. Use this guy often enough, I should be able to refill that, I think. Little turned around there. Capsule. Anything I can do to build Barrel Link faster, or is it just basically time with that monster in combat?
Further in. Did you spot anything yet?
Not yet. Leveling up feels a lot less of a chore in this game. Okay, I keep doing this until I max it out, I think. Okay, so this isn't an either-or thing, right? Like, you always get Smite at Commando 26, you always get Frost Strike at Ravager 23, and the fact that we're moving through this, like, constellation is just how many levels I've invested towards getting Crystarium Expanded increase. Okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous how much better that is. Can I see what things do here? I don't think I can, right? Not from this menu anyway. Passive ability summary, but not the same thing. Oh, now I'm not getting abilities anymore. Never mind. It just got removed for some reason. Press that multiple time. Life siphon. Let's see. Shows you buy roll. Okay. I've been almost everywhere down here, but I still haven't found this guy. Smart, so you eventually are incentivized in going back and leveling up the lower rolls. Come on. Oh my god. I have to spend a green every time I want to mount one of these. Maybe they're gonna do a thing like Final Fantasy X where I have to like be on a chocobo to climb up to certain spots. Saw Null was able to get up there a second ago. Can I not get up here right now? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Can I not do anything from Chocobo back?
Come on, Mog.
And interact with things or use
Go, Mog.
Mog. There's an item over here, okay. Spent another one there, okay. Can't go that way right now, presumably, at all. Chocobo or no. Can't get up there either. CP. Yeah. Pretty on the nose. I'm trying to find Chester or find out how to get into these two areas on the map that are blocked off.
Could be this paradox effect is
Just want to know if I'm able to go there right now, if there's any way for me to know if something is accessible now or later or what. It's explicitly blocked off. Okay, can I not do the Chester quest right now then? Okay, where is it?
That looks fun.
It's cute. So like that's an item I can't get to, for example. I don't remember. What part of the map is it in? This one? I like that this game is like a video game and it feels better to play, because honestly, the worst part about 13.1 is that I just felt like such a miserable asshole, like bitching about it constantly. It feels nice to be able to say a nice thing every now and then. I don't like being like so negative all the time, but that game is just so bad. I don't like it. They had just never released it and then just made this and tweaked the story in a way that, you know, it didn't require you to know anything about the first game. It almost doesn't, really. It has a couple little things, like calling back to Dalcy and Seath and shit, but I feel like you could adjust all of that. I was in this room before, so is it just like I have to run around until it spawns? Oh, so it didn't stand exactly in the corner, maybe? I remember this enemy model. There are a lot of them towards the end of the first game. I think that the monster you swap out presumably doesn't inherit health or anything like that. They have separate health totals. Oh, I thought they were saying his name was Chester. They were doing like a notorious monster thing. Leaping Lizzie the Seath, right? That's what I thought they were doing. What was that
The
guy?
reports say you handled...
Oh my gosh! I can't believe you really did it! You subdued that big old hunk of a meanie! You just saved us all from a devastating fate. Now that we're all safe, what say we find a way to spend some of that money?
She seems like you get a decent amount of money just from fighting things in this too, instead of it being... Dude, the way money worked in the first game was so bad.
If you ever need a hand with anything, you know where to find me. I'll be right here.
Alright. Gotta go talk to somebody here.
We learned that all seeds were once normal human beings. Found the capsule in the ruins. Well, I guess that ruled them.
It's just some dude around here, right? Or did it already give me the credit for finishing the quest, so I don't have to turn it in? Would be nice. I got the CP pop-up. Hold up. May as well give them something to do. I don't have any of the items needed. Same here. Okay, good. Monster has reached its full potential. Oh, interesting. So like Zerg, Scandroid, and Ketchi advanced a little further. Alright. I don't hate it. May as well get a high-level Sentinel just to, in case it ever comes up for some reason. See what some of these abilities are, I guess. Element Guard. When defending, enhance all allies' resistance to elemental damage. Okay. I still think Steel Guard should also be Provoke. It feels bad that that's a dedicated action, but... Go to the time gate things.
Could be this paradox effect is messing with our supply.
There is stuff in this game that feels kind of weird, like the whole Atlas robot thing. Kind of feels random. Maybe it'll be explained better when we get to the time where they actually build the Atlas robots that are going back in time. But it works better because of the time travel conceit. Like, things can feel like they're out of nowhere because we're strangers in this time.
Okay, that did it. Tell me you're having visions.
Oh, no. Just staring into space.
Oh, okay then. Let's get going.
Okay. We unraveled the paradox and continued on to another time, another place. But why had these gates appeared? Who had tangled the timelines, and for what purpose? We still didn't know. Why am I able to fix these
Things are
temporal
diegetically out of nowhere, exactly.
monsters to my will?
That's kind of how Chrono Trigger feels, right? Like, you go to 2700 AD or whatever.
Keep traveling with Noel, knowing that we'll find
Shit's
you
already
eventually.
fucked up, and you kind of have to catch up as to what's happening.
If you're watching, do what you can to guide us to your side.
2380.
I hope we land right in the place where lightning is waiting.
I wonder if they just landed on the like story gimmick or conceit that worked well with the existing way they were trying to do
I have no
things.
idea. With all this jumping back and forth, I'm not sure I know which is which anymore. But the past is what makes us who we are, defines us as people. The future that we're aiming for, that's the thing we can change. No matter how bad things have been, without that past, I wouldn't be who I am now.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
So Sarah, you shouldn't feel like you're wasting your time. Even if we don't arrive in Valhalla, there's still value in every path we take.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
But hey, I won't complain if we do end up there. All this running around is exhausting.
Hey, make up your mind.
Just be honest with yourself. If you are, you'll be sure to arrive in the future you want.
Mostly JRPG gibberish, but that's okay. It wasn't very long.
That was a past you never should have had to deal with.
Wasn't the
But now, because of your courage, the timelines have one less knot to unravel. If I could, I would thank you for what you have accomplished. But I can't. Not just yet.
better than the JRPG gibberish at the end of Final Fantasy 13. Access to the close gate option. Close selected space-time locations within the Historia Crux. Reset a part of their history. Interesting. I'm gonna go back here real quick and open the other gate. Okay. Other one is up there. Stone feels like a distinct place.
We learned that all Seath were once normal human beings. Or at least they just died in a merciful death.
Didn't everybody know that in the main timeline? I thought the, like, situation with Seath was pretty well understood. I mean, I don't mind the game re-emphasizing stuff for people who maybe missed it in the first one or are playing this one for the first time. But I thought that the whole Seath thing was just like a fact of the setting that everybody knew.
The reports say you handled that thief in the ruin.
Now I could sleep at night. Okay, cool. Having the in-game characters like react to quests you completed is one of those, like, it's like how DC movies were getting criticized for not showing the superheroes just like saving people. And so there's a bunch of really weird out of place things in the Justice League movie where that happens.
Really? Just tired, I guess.
It's all right. It's not It's nice. Yes, that should be there. It would be nice to have the characters comment that you matter in some way. Yeah, tell you about the mud crab they saw the other day. Oh, interesting.
Human society continues to develop. Machines once run by the Fal'Cie are now powered by human technology. Driving the progress is the Academy, which has grown to take
Does this mean I have to deal with fucking Hope?
State. Under its young leader, the Academy is working to solve the paradoxes that warp the surrounding space-time. At the heart of the distortions is the Yasha's Massif, its skies darkened by a perpetual eclipse.
A weird name. Who's the computer lady? It's rhetorical, don't answer that.
People always say the future will be better. They believe the hardships of the present.
I don't know if she's just doing her Liara voice.
And so we hope, waiting for a future brighter than today. But Sarah, remember this. As you walk towards
She always had to talk
brighter
urgently
tomorrow,
in the first one, I guess.
you have to look back to your past. The path you have walked to reach
Time
the
Siri.
here and now will give you the courage you need to hope.
I assume we're going to eventually end up in his future, 700 years in the future. Yeah, the far-flung future is 7 years from now.
This must be the eclipse.
You know what this is?
Although I imagine a time traveler in
Massive Fal'Cie appeared. For a while, it blotted out the sun and turned everything dark.
time traveler in 2009 traveling 7 years into the future would be a little alarmed.
Years in my future.
Right. But something's wrong.
Or even 2013.
The eclipse is only affecting this small area. That shouldn't be possible.
Okay, so you're saying this could be a paradox?
That's what I'm saying.
Huh. This reminds me of stories we heard, that there used to be a great city on Grand Pulse. I bet this is what these ruins are.
What happened to it?
No one's been able to figure that out. We were more or less locked up inside Cocoon. We never had much opportunity to learn about the world below us. Our scientists have only just begun to study the mysteries.
Maybe that everybody just moved to Pulse and it was fine after like 2 years. Or I guess 3 years. They seem to have a pretty robust society.
Hello. Are you here to observe the facility? I can answer any questions you might have.
They need to make sure that Sarah is as young as humanly possible, right? They couldn't set the game like 20 years in the future. Because then she'd be like 40 and, ew, gross. We can't have a woman character in her 40s.
NAF? So nowhere near 200 years.
I must say, this is the first time anyone asked me what year it was. I don't suppose you happen to be time travelers? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. I'm supposed to hand out this map.
Time map.
Take it, it's free.
They're like, shit, we should have kept her in the crystal for longer. 40 is basically dead. Exactly. Right. You know, they managed to make Kaim in Lost Odyssey still look like a sexy teenager, but sexy teenager. I mean, that's true for fucking JRPGs. But I like that you actually play a game where you play as a grandpa for once. Like, can we get more of that, please? He could just look like a grandpa too.
The sun's disappearance is no need for
Doesn't have to be
panic.
a hot
It's our job
18-year-old.
as scientists to figure out what's behind this mystery.
Has everyone forgotten the incident from 10 years? There really is nothing out here.
Strong aversion to light. Interesting. It's a way to make the local wildlife relevant.
Most monsters hate light and will do anything to avoid it.
There aren't too many video games where you're canonically old, and you being canonically old is crucial to the plot. You could try fighting one of these. First game needed more stuff like this, the searchlight area, right? Some kind of connection between the wildlife and the land. See how badly this goes. Hopefully they're way too strong for me. That might in fact be the case. I want to exit to the title menu. We try restart the combat or put me back outside? Puts me back outside. I think your first encounter with the behemoth is like so trivial. It's not even difficult. It just has an annoying ability where like you almost kill it and it respawns and takes 5 more minutes to kill. Or if you finish it off, you save yourself several minutes. I see. You're actually standing around listening to it for a bit. That's cool. I think the fact that this game is so improved and understands so many of the problems with the first game tells me that the dev team knew everything was fucked up in the first one and just couldn't do anything about it, you know? Uh-oh.
Come on, Mom.
The thing that one of the things that frustrated me about 13.1 is the like utter confidence the game exudes that it's rad when it clearly is like fucked up and bad in a lot of ways. And being able to imagine that, you know, they saw that there were problems and improved them by adding things like wound, and like this little area with this puzzle where you have some kind of connection to the wildlife and the zone instead of it just drawing from the model folder. I feel a little bit more empathy for the devs. Retry option locked.
That's been great. Let's regroup.
Healing still kind of sucks, it looks like. This is the way to keep you from just constantly avoiding combat by using the retry option. Now I have to actually die manually, I guess.
Sorry, everyone.
It's a bit of a clumsy solution to that problem, but at least there's a solution to it. Basically, we saw what you were trying to do. We're not going to let you get away with it.
The scientists are so passionate about their work, they're working just as hard as ever, even in the dark. Speaking of passionate, I'm the most passionate person I know when it comes to making a living. And on that note, please peruse my passionately promising pick of pieces.
Amazon, but... Okay, so those are only craftable? I'm gonna try not to think about it. So can I choose which of these to spend and it advances them all the same, or...?
I know it's a little dark in here, but I paid my electric bill, I swear!
So weird. Yeah, me neither. I think it's bad for the immersion because she always stands out so badly against the background, which... And I'm dead. Right? Doesn't have any fingers. It's bad for a lot of reasons, none of which are particularly complex, right? Looks like Cure still works by committing you to healing for a while, which is annoying.
Scared much?
Look at it. I have the ability to res at the moment. I try using a single commando for this. I don't know if it's intended to not be super possible with my current setup or... Shopkeep Chicken Lady is 100% male gaze, right? Condensed. Hetero male gaze.
I can't deal with this.
Oh, hello. A neat looking enemy. Probably better to switch to rabbit ears.
Is that it?
There seems to be a rift between the ones who stayed on Cocoon and the ones who moved to Pulse.
This area is closed off because of the powerful paradox effect. We don't know much yet, but we do know it's dangerous.
She's doing her best nerd voice. Shh. Oh, these guys can't be staggered. I want to be on triple commando. That's right. It's nice when I make a mistake, I can fix it real fast like that. I got a monster. What's your deal, Mr. Monster? Commando. Maybe. Uplight's already maxed. This focuses on one specific attribute and gets some of their abilities, basically. Okay. Interesting. Potent makes them balanced by default. It means this one's strictly better. I don't want to spend those just yet because I have so few of them.
There are two questions. Why is the eclipse happening now? And why is it happening right over these ruins?
Is it a dream?
Maybe there's something important hidden here.
The legends say the Fal'Cie was looking for that which was lost. Could be the thing it's searching for is in these ruins.
Then I guess we better start searching ourselves.
I thought I was going to be assigned to a research lab. A little darkness can't stop me. I light up the room with my
Never anything important in RPG ruins.
I know it's a little dark in here, but I paid my electric bill, I swear.
I think, like, it's probably helpful in the discourse to characterize a character like Chocolina not as offensive, but as cringe, right? That's what's bad about her. It's embarrassing. But come on, Japan.
Are we not allowed to go inside?
I'm very sorry. Only persons on official academy business are permitted beyond this point.
Oh.
I'm not offended. I'm embarrassed for you. Is it our guy? Oh, it's Gog Magog's palette swap brother. Okay, sweet. Gruff McGruff, Chicago, Illinois. The butt rock song. I'm glad that's not just the boss theme. Yeah. Oops, wrong thing. Meant to do consolidation. Whoops. Shadow the Hedgehog is absolutely a genre. Whoops. Apparently I convinced myself that the Sentinel one is second from the bottom. I do wish that was just a button, I agree. It's not a huge problem. At least when I die in this game, I feel like it was my fault. And I can, like, learn from the last attempt. Do buffs and debuffs carry over across different monsters in your paradigm setup? Oh, shit. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Good call. Different every time. I was hoping to just always like scroll to the bottom, you know? Like motivatedly changed paradigms so many times now. It's so awesome. It feels like it's some kind of video game. Sitting in this, I'm not doing any damage. I really do need to switch to it to absorb the attack and instantly swap out. Yeah, it's almost like a press to block button. It's like a parry button is the way you should consider it, it feels like. And not actually use any of the like steel guard abilities or anything like that. Oops. I switched in time. Left, right. Okay. I was like learning blitz inputs, basically. Well, shit. Thought that was gonna be enough to win. And play it safer there at the end. Shoot. One more. Does the ATB, does like the battle time pause during a Feral Link summon ability, whatever? Down Y.
Your turn.
Literally just switch to it to absorb the attack and then do damage again. Yeah. Pretty common for any game that has like a weight option. Wounded is such a good idea. No, I keep saying that, but it's so true. This actually feels good to play, honestly. It doesn't just feel like shitty turn-based combat. It's actually kind of interesting.
Scared much?
So Deep Ortega also put some wound on me. That was actually super fun. That was a cool fight.
Is it dead?
I feel like wound... Where do I put this? I'm gonna save, I know we're at time. Oh, great. It's our buddy. Just needed a timely boomerang.
When monsters like these are cornered, they cause a space-time vortex to appear. An electromagnetic shock usually shuts them down. It's been a while, Sarah.
Kind of wish they didn't put him in the little thing where you load into the map.
I'm grateful you remember me.
Who's this?
Oh,
Director of Academy Research, Team Alpha. Hope Estim at your service. And you must be Noel.
Nice guess. Who told you?
You appeared here with Sarah some years ago at the Brescia ruins. Subsequently, we analyzed the gate and forecast your reappearance at this location.
That's neat.
To be honest, I didn't really believe that time travel was possible. But here you are. I'm really glad you're safe.
So, like, who is Hope now?
For me, it's as if time has stopped.
I guess he's a science man and not just my mom is dead man. My mom is dead and I have a boomerang.
From your point of view, it's been years since you last saw Sarah.
Not just Sarah.
Does Sarah disappear from the timeline when she travels? Probably.
You all disappeared from my life.
Or is there a version of Sarah that just goes on living her life?
I never thought...
When the paradox occurred some years ago, I thought if I could solve it, maybe you would all come back.
Director Hope, there you are. What were you thinking?
Do you think they made them all wear clothes that look like Hope's?
It was a shock seeing Hope grown older than me, but he was still the same Hope I knew. Lightning, Hope listened to my story without saying a word. I told him about how I'm the only one who remembers your smile on the plane of Grand Pulse. I told him about how Snow set out.
Like they did, I am the only one who remembers the original ending.
And I told him about Noel.
The boomerang is a metaphor. It means he comes back.
There's something I want to show you both.
Yeah, I'll take science, man, Hope. That's fine. Waka's just gonna show up pregnant.
I'll show the way.
Shall we?
Okay.
Tell me, Hope.
So a thing that drove me... Oh, can I not save here? Let's see.
A sense of duty.
Duty.
Fang. Lightning.
You can't imagine a worse hell.
So that we might live. It was an enormous sacrifice.
My sister and the others.
Duty.
I think they wanted to preserve life. They gave us a chance to live again.
Now I can save. Yeah, so like the wound mechanic, something that drove me nuts in the first game was this feeling that like I would screw something up early in the fight and then just feel like I was struggling to tread water, right? And I would tread water and tread water and tread water until I would give up and die and start over. They've realized that treading water feels bad, and so wound exists to force your death once you're at a water treading point. It's great. It's super good. Should have been in the first game, but I guess I can't complain now that it's finally here. I hope this save is working. Not getting any... I guess that little thing happens. Okay. I don't hate this game. I actually kind of like it. I think it's actually pretty good. The battles system is fun. I'm shocked. We'll see if it collapses later on, but my expectations couldn't have been lower, and it's actually gone pretty high above even me thinking it would be okay, if that makes sense. To be back next week, probably.